think we're ready to get it going? Let's get it going. Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy New Week. Happy, I guess it's the last week of May. But, Sunday, there's going to be a full moon. And apparently, it's going to be a blue moon. It's going to be the second full moon of the month, right at the end. It's just getting in there. So, if there's anything super rare that you're hoping to have happen, hoping to accomplish, Sunday's the day to do it. Because it only comes once in a blue moon. Alright, I guess the stream's over. That's gotta be a record. Shortest stream. I wonder what the record for shortest stream actually is. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Standing. Week is going pretty well so far. It's been starting off really chill, so can't complain about that. Hello, Mage. Good to have you with us. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Lickers. And hello, VOD watchers. Oh. Okay, bye. Yeah, honestly, it's been a pretty chill day. You know, as I was sort of saying before, this is the last week of this here ding dang job I've been doing. So it's like we're still working, but it's also like, I don't know, are we? I don't know. It's kind of chill at this point. You know, we're really more sort of looking at closing everything out rather than like getting anything more done. Conked out heart. Nice. I hope you feel something resembling rejuvenated, rested, feeling invigorated. I don't know. This morning was very weird. The weekend was great though. Obviously, I got to hang out with all of you. Sunday, yes, Sunday. So I went on my normal bike ride. Enough energy to make it to actual bedtime. There you go. There you go. Sometimes you just need those little rests, those little naps. I'm not much of a napper. I just tank it till bedtime. Maybe not the best way to approach it, but it's my way. So my bike ride on Sunday was a really good day. It was really beautiful. I got a nice early start on it. Wasn't voluntary. Oh, that's fair. So the ride that I had planned was about 36 miles. You know, it's one of my longer routes. But you know, I got to the end. I was like, let's keep going. You know, I'll put a little extra leg in here. I figured it would add, you know, 2 or 3 miles to it. And I got home and I checked afterwards and it had been an extra 8. So instead of about 35 miles, I did 44. And I was like, oh. Like my goal next month was to start pushing for 40+ mile rides. So to do that, like this past weekend was like, oh, holy shit. The crazy thing was it felt really good. Like there are rides sometimes where I get to the end and I'm like, oh god, ow, 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 no more, I can't do more. And this was just like, yeah, I could have kept going. So sweet. It made me think doing the really long marathon ride that I wanted to do was like maybe actually possible. Not this year, because God, the one I want to do. So I'm like, okay, I can solidly nail like 40 to 50 miles. Cool, I can do that. This is 100 for 2 days, right? So it's 100 day 1 and 100 day 2, back to back. And it's like, Okay, that takes more effort. I still gotta work towards that. It's gonna be a while. But I don't know. My goal for this year is to get up to about 60 or so. And if I can get to a point, sort of like this past Sunday, where I can do 60 and I feel really good still, like I'm still, got energy in the tank, then it's like, okay, maybe we can work with that. Maybe we can push for that next year. But we'll have to see. So yeah, I did that, and I like I said, I got a nice good start on it. So I still had a bunch of the day left to go, and I'm like, okay, what do I do now? So I finally got around to watching Project Hail Mary. How long does it take to actually make that far? So it's an all-day thing, right? Oh my god, it's a Mookie! Hi, Mookie. Happy Choomsday, welcome in. How are you doing? She girl based. So I would say it's a great movie. Oh, Hail Mary, I loved it. I thought it was such a good movie. It was very sweet. Of course. Mookie's a very good artist. You've not checked her out, you should definitely do it. Also, masterclass emote maker. Yes, that is. I had heard the book was kind of but whatever they did adapting it to a movie, they did a very good job. It was super good. Aw, Mage, thank you for the gift sub. Not impressed by the book. That's a shame. That's a real shame. But I don't know why that would be. It might have just been a writing style thing, but whatever they did to adapt it, solid pickup. Really good. Also, I just gotta say, I feel like there was sort of a period of time where Ryan Gosling just kind of felt like a pretty boy actor. And I'm glad that he has like leveled up and established himself as a serious actor going forward. Did great ads or changes to the movie. I'm glad. I'm honestly glad about that. I feel like one of the weird things that always kind of happens with an adaptation is how faithful should you be to the source material, right? Like, I've talked about before, a given medium is going to have its strengths and weaknesses, and there are things that make sense to try and do for a book that don't make sense for a movie, and vice versa. So, like, there's just some stuff that you're going to want to do to make it work for the adaptation. And then at the same time, there is an argument of, well, you really like the original, you still have the original. Should this be taken as an opportunity to explore this from a different angle or make changes? They ruined the book, but that's true. I'm trying to think how many times they've done the other way, where they like made a movie and then made a book. But I don't know, like, I listened to the audiobook for Dune after I watched the movies, and I kind of like the movies more. I feel like they did a really good job sort of moving some stuff around in the movies to make them more interesting and more sympathetic. I don't know. I think this was a really solid adaptation, and even The Martian, which I think was a more faithful adaptation, still did a lot of changes to like the narrative structure, because the book, as I understand it, was written essentially as like diary and log entries by Watney while he was on Mars, and it was just, his perspective as he logged things over the course of his stay there. And then the ending of the book is open-ended because the last entry is him leaving for the extraction mission. So I don't know that the book actually explains whether he gets off of Mars. So all of the other scenes of people back on Earth and on the ship making the plans on how to get him back, like all of that is just whatever they tell him, and then he writes it down. So I don't know. I think it was a really solid choice to make changes, you know, not only to sort of expand the perspective of the story, but also we have all these actors. Let's use the actors. The Expanse had the two authors from the books on the writing team as consultants. So, you know, the writing team is adapting it from book to show, and they get to go in and make changes to the story. Because, you know, they wrote the first book however long ago, and there are 7 books in the series, so there are probably a few things that later on they're like, you know, this would have been better if we had set it up this way. And they didn't make like big changes or anything, right? But there are a couple of little things where it's like, let's just introduce this character sooner so that we can start to set up their presence and make them more interesting. My memory is now how the movie played things out. Well, like they did it really well, right? They did it in a way that you're just like, this feels really good and just works super solidly. I don't know, there are some things like, especially music, I find that when they do it right, when they do it super well, it's hard to imagine it ever not being there or ever being a different way. I don't know. I think adaptations, I think they're absolutely purists. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with liking the original material. But I'm gonna date myself a little bit here, but Nostalgia Critic many years ago did an episode about the M. Night Shyamalan Last Airbender movie and how terrible it was. You know, made no pretense of not lambasting the shit out of it because it's a shit movie, but the whole sort of reaction of, oh, this ruins Avatar, we need to save the franchise and all that, it's kind of like, I don't know, the show's still fine. The show's still there and it's as good as it ever was. It's not like the presence of this terrible movie somehow impacts the ability to enjoy the show. It just gives you something to laugh about. So stop freaking out about it. And yeah, you can nitpick little things here and there and be like, oh, I wish that they had done this because I thought this was really interesting or whatever, but I don't think it's fair to be like, you're making an adaptation, it has to adhere exactly to whatever the source material did, because that's not necessarily going to work or make sense anyway. So yeah, I really liked that movie. I thought it was really good. Sort of playing back through it in my head, there was one thing. So I've seen a couple of videos on YouTube just sort of discussing the science of it. I haven't watched any of them. I wanted to watch the movie first. And there are a couple of things in there where I'm like, yeah, that doesn't really make sense. Technically. But it's also one of the things of like, I see why you did it. And it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, I did that. I got some more work done on the model. I did start working on the mouth forms. I did start watching Argon's tutorial, and I got through part of it, and it took more revisions than I was expecting it to take. So I sort of backtrack to start working on the revisions, and I got distracted on another part. I did figure out some cool stuff that I wanted to do. I the more I work on it, the more I think of stuff to do, and I'm like, oh my god, this is getting big. This honestly, this might be the sequel problem. This might be why so many game sequels like just feel the drive to be bigger and more than their predecessor. It might not be some external pressure. It might also just be the team as they're working on it being like, oh, you know what else we can do? And it just continues to balloon from there until it just gets so big and stupid and unwieldy, but you're already too far down the hole to stop. And you just keep digging. Hold on. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having a good week. It's off to a good start. Yeah, so I figured out a couple of things that I want to do. I think I know how I'm going to implement them. Need a little bit more cleanup, and then I need to get back to actually working on the mouth. But, you know, I did get a lot of the parts for that cleaned up. But yeah, next week. Next week I'm going to have a lot more time to work on it. So I think the progress will start to move much, much faster than we're seeing right now. Right now I'm just kind of like picking at it a little bit here and there. I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna look good. I'm really excited. It's gonna take a while still. It's gonna take a while to sort of get everything put together, but I don't know. It was the same sort of thing because Sarah Zawa had her model debut last night. And it was that same sort of thing of seeing someone's new model and all the cool stuff that it does and getting fired up and being like, I want a cool model. So I think it'll be fun. I'm trying to sort of put together some stuff to make the debut exciting as well. Made you mention the custom badges. So I think that's one thing that we can do is I'll figure out a little badge that we can have for the debut night and all of that stuff. So it'll be good. It'll be a good time. There was one thing that I want to sort of bring up because I was looking at. I think I mentioned on Saturday. I was thinking about sort of putting together some sort of little like background music type of thing for the VODs and whatnot, the intros and such. And so I went to grab Acoustica Mixcraft, which is the program that I've used in the past for music making and mixing and all that sort of stuff. It's a pretty good program. I enjoy it. I'm not very good at it, but it's definitely like very friendly for, you know, everything from like beginner level where you're just sort of like kit bashing stuff together to more advanced stuff where you have like actual instrumental inputs and tracks that you've recorded and you're just sort of you're doing it on a more professional level. Good to be earned by watch time or subs. I don't know if bits can do it. I think there are, so I know they added new things that you can trigger with bits. I don't know if there's a badge that can be triggered with bits. But yeah, the one that Sarah had on her debut was watch time. It's like a inventory unlockable. So yeah, I figure it would be something like that. So what was interesting to me, so I think I have Mixcraft 9, and they're up to 10.6. But I was just sort of browsing through because I'm like, okay, what's going on in the new version? And I want to read through this. because I thought it was interesting. And I know everyone is gonna hear it and have a knee-jerk cringe, but that's why I want to talk about it. So, quote, Mixcraft 10.6 offers an exclusive new feature, the AI-powered stem separation tool. With stem separation, users can quickly isolate parts of a mixed audio file, such as vocals, pianos, drums, and other instrumentals, into individual tracks, ready for editing, inspection, or replacement. Pro Studio also offers various other tools. So I don't know. Like I said, knee-jerk response. You see AI powered, and you're like, "Ew, gross! Get that shit out of here." But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what part of that is AI powered, right? Because the ability to take a mixed song and have the program listen to it and pick apart part of the song, right? Identify the vocals, the bass line, a particular instrument, and separate that into its own audio track is genuinely a nice tool to have, right? So I would be curious what part of it is genuinely AI powered. Like, AI, as it is commonly used today, implies that there is something that is learning and evolving based on the number of experiences that it encounters, right? The more music that you would feed it, the better that it would get at parsing individual tracks, which I don't know that it would be able to do. And if it's just operating, I don't know, like, it shouldn't be operating off of a server or anything, right? It should be client side. Right before the thought passes, Microsoft banned engineers from using AI because it was more expensive to use than to hire people. All right, we have hit the tipping point, I guess. You love to see it. Turns out, so I don't know, like, it almost sounds to me like they just picked one of the new tools and called it AI just to get people that want to see that to get excited, right? But one, I don't know that it's actually AI powered in any way. And two, I feel like, yeah, sort of to your point, Standing, this is one of those cases where if it is actually working off of some manner of AI model, it might be more acceptable in its use, right? Because it is not trying to make the song, right? It is not taking the control of the creation process away from you. It is doing something to give you an element to work with. Now, the potentially objectionable portion would still be if there is a model that was trained on the desplicing, the extraction of however many songs would be, was necessary to get it to the point where it was capable of doing that. Though even there's still sort of a question of, okay, let's say I kinda made a song. I published it on Spotify and YouTube and wherever else. And then Acoustica used it to train the model to split music apart into individual tracks again. But they didn't then use anything that I made in their software, right? They didn't make any new music and then put that forward as original. They didn't include it in Mixcraft's suite of various tracks and whatnot. They just used the model. Is that okay? I, as an artist, I would still like to see people be compensated if their material was used as learning material, but it's not being repackaged and put forward as original. So I don't know. There are gray zones, right? What I think would be the best case scenario in any of these would be everything that the model is trained off of being in-house, right? Acoustica would make however many tracks necessary to train the model themselves and then only use that. I think that would be ideal. I don't know. Again, I'm not 100% convinced that this is actually AI powered, but I thought it was an interesting case of like, this might be an acceptable scenario. This might be something that is actually okay. The rare case. Unfortunately, I think there are more cases where learning models are applicable and useful tools. Those just aren't the ones that make a lot of money, so they don't get used, right? Everyone wants generators for some dumb shit. But I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was fascinating. It was really not fun. So I don't know how much you guys really like have watched it or care about it, but apparently, God, I hate fandoms. I hate fandoms, guys. I've heard that Apple's making a lot of money selling Mac Minis because they're very good at running local models. They're selling shovels to the gold prospectors. And one of the videos I was watching about Apple was saying that that is something that they seem to be looking at doing, is rather than having server operated AI models, just having essentially a local assistant. Like you just have a model running on your machine to augment specific tasks rather than feeding everything back to some home unit. Which, I don't know, maybe. I still don't know what I would use it for, but it at least seems like a more practical application of the concept. We'll see, maybe. Yeah, so I really like Amazing Digital Circus. I think it's a really good show. I enjoy it. I find it funny. I find it interesting. I am looking forward to the finale. Everything that I have seen says that the fandom should be actively avoided. And the latest bit of pure insanity. So the finale is like an hour long or something. It's like twice the length of the normal episodes that they've been releasing to YouTube. So what they're doing is a theatrical run of the last episode that's currently out, and then the finale as one continuous feature-length episode, right? They're gonna do a limited theatrical run in theaters that have, signed to show it. Cool opportunity, right? Meet other fans of the show and all go and have a good time together. At least that's what should happen. So there's been a bit of a mixed response to that. Some people are upset that it's like, oh, it's a cash grab or whatever, but it's like, whatever, just have fun with it. Just shut the fuck up and have fun with it. And just wait if you're not. But the finale got leaked, as Pretty much everything does at this point. The friggin' Avatar adults movie, the last Airbender, 10 plus year, whatever, got leaked to the internet, and that's like a full Paramount animated production, fucking whatever. Anyway, so finale got leaked, confirmed to be legitimate, and the creator, the showrunner for Digital Circus, basically replied and was like, okay, well, whatever. Which, I don't know. To be fair to her, it's like, it's on the internet. What is she gonna do about it, right? Stomp her feet and threaten legal action? Like, seems like the more measured, chill response to the whole situation, right? I think it was reasonable. I think it was totally fair. So the fandom's response has been to pile onto her, onto Gooseworks. Yeah, you can tell in her response how tired she is, and I hope it doesn't destroy her drive to create things, because I think what she's created is great, but it's like, if this is the thanks you get for creating, then yeah. Ugh. So, I don't know. Like, I would not say... I think fandoms have generally become toxic. I think, like, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of something, right? There's nothing wrong with loving and enjoying and caring about something, but I don't know. The breaking point for me was realizing that I had to just not give a fuck about Star Wars. Right? Like, I love Star Wars. I love it to death. But it also sucks a lot of the time. Like, I would say that the success rate of Star Wars is like 50% at best. And you just kind of have to accept that. And the people that go on the internet and start crusades over every little thing, it's like, you're not helping. You're not making the thing that you care about better. You are making it actively worse for everyone involved. It's fine to not like things about it, but that doesn't give you the right to attack people over it. And so, I don't even know, but I hope Gooseworks gets a break. I hope all the people that are being this way shut the fuck up. I'm still looking forward to the finale. I'm not gonna go chasing down the leaked version or whatever. I'm gonna wait for it to be properly released and see it then. I don't know. I all of you guys are great, so I'm not worried about you. But I would just, to anyone that I somehow reach, just be civil, be kind. People work very hard to create the things that you love and care about. And please recognize that. It's wild. It's wild out there. The internet is a scary place. But on the subject of unhappy fan bases, one of the plans that I had for this past weekend was to play a lot of Star Citizen. They had the ship event going on. They were doing a bunch of promotional stuff. They were, showing off the new battleship, the Odin. It must not be a witch with a capital B. No. stay away from Twitter. The place is a breeding ground for brimstone and hatred. It's true. It's true. Twitter is a terrible place, and I predominantly stick to Blue Sky as much as I use any social media platform. Funny enough, I was very much ready to get at least a little bit jumped on when I posted the Connor and Iron Mouse artwork. Nothing. I got one comment that was like, "Oh, I love this moment. It was so good and wholesome." And I'm like, "Yay!" Thankfully it didn't get circulated around to any of the hate groups, but it was very, I was prepared for it. I was prepared for that possibility. Thankfully it didn't happen. But yeah, Twitter is, ugh. It's amazing that we thought Twitter was bad before, and it has gotten much worse. Kind of wild, to be honest. But yeah, so I was complaining on Saturday about my frustrations with Star Citizen. It feels like the state of the game technically is very bad. Some of the design decisions that they are making are questionable, and just checking the forums, it seems like there is a lot of frustration. There is a lot of negativity, and there's a lot of tiredness. There's a lot of exhaustion from the community about the state of the game right now. So hopefully they bring something around, but I just haven't logged back in a few days. Like, I think Friday was the last day that I played, and I'm just like, I'm not really there for it. I'll check back maybe with the next patch and see if it's in a better place, but I'm not feeling it right now. I want to love the game, but I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, and Twitter for me has not been that bad because I only browse my following feed, and I only follow VTubers and friends and artists. So, and some game dev stuff. So, like, my feed is fairly, sanitized and curated. But yeah, you step outside of that for a minute on Twitter and it's ugly. And Blue Sky is generally more chill. But I don't know. I think there's also just a benefit to decentralization. I think when everyone piles onto a single platform, you get a lot of, I don't even know what to call it, ugliness, I guess. Whereas, I don't know, I feel like Blue Sky has sort of attracted a user base of a particular, what do you want to call it? They don't have the same sort of mass population that Twitter does. And I feel like Blue Sky is just a generally more chill environment. I think that's good. I think as long as they can, hit a point of sustainability, I don't think that they should necessarily aim for, infinite growth and trying to get up to Twitter scale, because they'll probably just run into a lot of the same problems that Twitter ran into. And all the stuff earlier this year with Discord, and like everyone is on Discord. It is the platform to use for like social rooms and chat rooms and streaming together and all that. And it's like, it's nice that there's one thing in one place that you can just always go to, but then if Discord decides to shit the bed, everyone is kind of left in the lurch, right? Whereas, if some people are on platform A and some people are on platform B and some people are on platform C, then yeah, it's a little bit more frustrating just because it means more stuff to check. But there's also fallback options. There's competition because the platforms have to maintain their appeal or they'll lose user base to the other ones. Like having everything be serviced by a single provider is not good. It's not healthy. It's minorly convenient until it's not. I don't know. This is interesting. So, I did get a lot of art done over the weekend. I did not get much gaming in. I played some Deadlock. Like I said, I had plans to play Star Citizen. Those plans fell through. And I was thinking about other stuff that I wanted to play, and I kind of came to the conclusion I think I need some new games. Like, I'm just not really that enthused, I guess, about playing a lot of the games that I have, and it's like, oh, I think I just need to find something new to play. But the summer sale should be coming up soon, so I will definitely be sort of shopping around at that point. I know. First thing I'm going to pick up is Expedition 33. I really want to play that. I'm really excited. I've managed to avoid pretty much all the spoilers. I think there's one that's really hard to avoid, but everything else, like I know almost nothing about the game, which is great. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. Honestly, I really like working through my game backlog with you guys. I like playing a bunch of the games that I've been meaning to play and then share that with all of you. But I think I'm gonna have to just play some of my backlog on my own time, because I swear my backlog is getting longer. Like, even as we're knocking out games, there are more games that I want to play, and the backlog is not getting any shorter. It's not how it's about to work. It was supposed to help. It's not. So, yeah, I won't play Expedition. Probably check on a few other things that I passing fancy. I think no game makes me sad quite the way that No Man's Sky makes me sad. I know, and people keep putting out cool games, and I'm like, oh, I want to play that. And it just goes on the list. It never ends. So, No Man's Sky makes me sad because I think No Man's Sky is a fantastic game. I think Hello Games has redeemed themselves multiple times over from the launch, God, a decade ago, right? Now, No Man's Sky does not do all the things that I would like it to do, and that's fine. But what it does aim to do, I think it is very well accomplished. I think it presents an incredible, I think it presents an incredible experience. No notes there. The reason it makes me sad is I cannot stick with it. I want to like No Man's Sky so much more than I actually do, because it is such a good game. It is such an accomplishment at what it is setting out to do. And just like, I just want to enjoy it. I just want to love the game. And I can't stick with it. I keep bouncing off. Even when they release the Corvettes, I'm like, please! Please! I want to love you! And I can't. I can't. It just doesn't keep. And I don't know why. Just can't find a goal to chase in No Man's Sky. I guess that's really it. I guess that's kind of it. And yeah, like, you know, you'll build a base and sort of have that as your goal for a while. And then maybe you'll get bored with that base, or you'll use it, you know, and run missions and such for a while. And then you get bored. So yeah, I think migrating from idea to idea of goal to goal is kind of how No Man's Sky is supposed to work. But yeah, it does feel a little weird. It just feels a little non-committal. I guess part of the problem, well, you know, we've talked about how like ongoing games need to do something to keep the player invested, right? Keep them interested, because a given amount of content is only going to last you so long. So, you know, service games, MMOs, and whatnot will introduce time gates and grind mechanics and things just to sort of, you know, one, create habits, and two, stretch out an amount of content so that you can't burn through it in 48 hours and go, where's the next thing? You know, Resident Evil 9, I don't know how many years it took them to develop Resident Evil 9. It was not one. It was a few. It was a good amount of development time. That game lasts you like probably 7 hours on your first playthrough. 7 or 8 hours. It's short, but the amount of effort that goes into it, just it takes that long to make it. So, you know, they have to figure out ways to make the content occupy the player's interest until they can make more. So, I'm not saying that every game should be trying to do that. I think actually fewer games should. But I think it is not unreasonable for No Man's Sky to say, well, you're going to set a goal for yourself and you will pursue it for a while, but it's not going to occupy you forever, because nothing is going to be able to do that. But I do agree, like, I will sort of decide to do something or just faff around for a little while and be like, that was nice. And then that's it. I can never stick around for very long. Even with the Corvettes, I think the Corvettes were a wonderful addition. I love them. But even that could not hold my attention for super long. And it's very sad. It's very frustrating, because I want to love the game more. I'll probably play it a little bit over the summer, but it's just like, it should be higher on my list than it is. But yeah, I think I need new games. I think it's just time for new adventures. You guys want to do some art? Why don't we do that? Why don't we jump over it? I've been yapping for a bit. Why don't I just get over here in the corner and we'll see about finishing up this ding dang art piece. Alright, so where do we leave off with this? I want to do some more cleanup, some more detailing. I really like where we got with the general sort of effects and the lensing of the orb, but I want to clean up a few areas and level it up in a few others. See what we can do there. Oh. Yeah, I think a lot of it is coming along pretty well. I guess we'll just jump into it. Yeah. How was everyone's weekend? I don't know if y'all had a long weekend or not. I hope either way it was enjoyable. I hope it was chill. Got to do something fun, perhaps? Not long enough. Yeah, I feel that. Understandable, really. There we go. A little bit of this in here. Excuse me. It's right there. You can go right there. I'm trying to decide if I want to do something with the face, with the mouth. Something about it feels a little bit off. Maybe if we make the nose hair bigger? Or warm it up a little bit. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. Hmm. Probably fine, but something feels a little strange about it still. Can't quite put my finger on it yet. Let me see if I can find. There's a really interesting anecdote quote that I saw earlier. I thought it was very interesting. See if I can find it really quickly. Trying to remember where I saw it is the problem. I want to say it was on. Oh, yeah, here it is. So it was someone talking about their experience working with Hideo Kojima on a project. Doesn't say where in here, or doesn't say in here what the project was, but the question that the interview or discussion was sort of putting to the person is something essential that you learned from Kojima over the course of the development. And they responded, there's a key moment where we had a discussion, probably halfway through when we were doing the game, when he came to me and said, we have a problem. I'm going to be very honest, we've been testing the game with players, and the results are too good. They like it too much. That means that there is something wrong. We have to change something. And he changed stuff in the script and the way some crucial stuff happens in the game because he thought his work was not polarizing and not triggering enough emotion. And he said, if everyone likes it, it means it's mainstream, it's conventional. It means it's already pre-digested for people to like it, and I don't want that. I want people to end up liking things that they didn't like when they first encountered it, because that's where you really end up loving something. And that was really a lesson for me. Not doing stuff to please people, but to make them shift a little bit and move them. I thought that was really interesting. It made me think a little bit about some of my own work, right? Because a lot of times when I am working on a drawing or something, I wouldn't say that's necessarily my objective, right? I'm not necessarily trying to instigate or sort of get into that space of creating something that sort of puts the person off kilter and helps them explore and discover something new like that. A lot of times when I'm making drawings, when I'm making artwork, the goal is to create something that people see and sort of inherently feel pretty good about, right? And there was a bit of a initial response that I had of, should I be trying to do more things to sort of put people in that space, put people in the how'd they put it, Not doing stuff to please people, but to make them shift and move them. Well, Sonic, happy Choomsday. I hope you're having a good start to your week. Welcome in. But one of the things that I thought about is, and I know I'm sort of putting the cart before the horse a little bit here, but with Pages, the game that I'm working on, that is absolutely something that I want to do, right? There is going to be some stuff in Pages that is uncomfortable. There's going to be some stuff that is difficult. Because that is what I want to explore with the game, with the story. And, you know, part of a big theme about the game, shocker, it's an indie game about mental health. But, you know, a big part of why I want to do it, why I want to tell the story and tell it the way that I want to, is because I think even as we have done a better job over the last, I don't know, 5 years or so of making it less taboo to talk about mental health, it's still a long way to go. I think a lot of people still really struggle with, you know, accepting that it is okay to get help enough to the point of actually seeking it out, right? Never mind the actual troubles of finding support systems. So you know, like, having that conversation is like, yeah, there's gonna be some wounds that get pulled on. There's gonna be some stuff that is going to make people uncomfortable, and some of it is going to present in ways that are not gonna just be okay and be, what was the term they used? Pre-digested. At least I hope not. I'm definitely not gonna get into, like, as crazy of a space as some people are definitely capable of doing, but I definitely don't want it to be comfortable either. I don't know. I think there's room for both, right? I don't think every piece of artwork needs to be provocative and sort of offsetting. But I do think some of it needs to be. I think, sort of, as Kojima put it, at least, you know, according to this person, the stuff that really, I think, sort of catches you off guard, the stuff that really sort of challenges you to step into a new space and consider a new thing, or reconsider something that you thought you knew, tends to be the things that really stick with you, because those things are formative, right? That's why I always joke that the best Final Fantasy game is whichever one you played first. Because the first one that you experience is probably going to be one of the first games that really sort of presented a world like that to you. Presented a story like that. And having that experience is going to be more impactful than the specific quality of the narrative or the technical execution. People give me shit for 13. Well, I mean, it's definitely not the best Final Fantasy, but if it's your favorite, I can't argue your subjective favorite. I mean, I'm sorry, 13 was your first one. But look, my first experience with One Piece was the initial English dub, so we all have scars. I think I remember being in Foss Fight for over an hour and losing going, cannot convince me to do that again. That's fair. Alright, I don't know, Mage. Maybe you're just an exception to the rule. But for most folks, you ask them which one the best one is or which one their favorite is, and then they'll say whichever one they played first. My favorite's 9. It definitely has stuff from that I wish. There are things in other Final Fantasies that I wish 9 had. I wish the combat system was more transparent, but God, I love that game. It's a good series. I still need to play 16. I've heard people say things about 16, but I still want to see it. I still want to experience it. I want to know. I also still haven't played Half-Life Alyx. Maybe I'll get to that this summer. I have too many things I want to do this summer. I have too many. I have too many juicy steaks and buttery lobsters and goals and plans. I'm not gonna get to it all. There's just no possibility. So we'll do what we can. Struggle hard on one story because you get 3/4 of the way through and something grabs your attention, forget to go back, and then you just have to pick it up. And that's one of the reasons that I never finished Persona 4. It's definitely a problem that I have anytime I try and play Baldur's Gate, is I'm somewhere in Act 2. And if I open it up, I'm gonna have to spend most of my first play session just remembering where I was and what I was doing and what my party setup was. I'll probably spend a while fiddling with everybody's equipment, and then I'll get like one encounter done. And then not touch it again for a few months. And so it's just so brutally slow. to actually make any meaningful progress in the game. So yeah, I totally get it. Might be part of the sort of general pushback of such long design games, you know? Like, I don't want to be, I don't want to feel like I'm stuck playing this game until I beat it, because if I put it down, I might just have to start over. I'm sorry you guys can hear the noise outside. Your place are here! Matt, is it provocative enough? They're coming to take me away! YouTuber police? What, am I not making enough clips? Am I not making enough viral clips? I am not meeting the quota. I'm going to get fed to the monster. Okay. There we go. Oh. Well, get him. There we go. Yeah. Buddy, you're late. You better catch up to your friends. You know, it's a little bit dark, but every time I like hear sirens going by or something, I always figure, well, Could be having a worse day. I could use a good donut. I don't get donuts very often, but they are good. Donut. There we go. Generally, I don't have that much sweets. I've been having more this year just because I got a bunch over the holidays. I feel kind of bad letting them all go, but I'm still eating through them pretty slowly. Of course, I'm gonna get more this holiday and be like, oh no. What I gotta do is meet up with my friends and then offload them to my friends. Be like, hey guys, help me eat all this. How are these looking? Okay. I got practice drawing feet. All my feet look so terrible. I don't like drawing feet though. Some people get all weird about it. I'm just trying to draw a nice full body character and people are like, oh my god, for free? I'm like, shut up. Why not shoes? Because you can't wear shoes all the time. And also, you need to draw good feet to draw good shoes. You can't just draw a box of a shoe and expect it to look good if you don't know what the feet underneath are doing. Good. Hmm. So I haven't quite figured out what I want to do for Pride Month this year. I know I want to do something. I want to do some piece of artwork, but I haven't decided what yet. Let's see. Oh, I was checking. So, I was mentioning before, we're gonna have a weekend off. 2 weeks from now? The weekend of the 12th, so Saturday the 13th. I'm gonna be out of town, so there will be no stream. I think that is the plan. But I was checking to see because we were sort of figuring out dates for all that. GDQ is where's GDQ? SGDQ is starting July 5th. Okay, so it's a month and a bit away. Yeah, it's a little bit away still. I'm excited for it though. I always love GDQ. It's always a good event. I always try to have it on in the background when I can. Yeah, I'll probably just have that on while I'm working and such over that week. It'll be a good time. It's definitely not something that I just like sit there and watch, you know? Because it is literally 24 hours a day for a solid week. It's like, that would be a lot. That would be a lot to try and do. I know Evo is coming up soon. So that should be fun as well. I usually don't watch Evo until it starts getting to like the finals. You know, you get the sort of, so you have the group stages basically, which is just sort of a giant mosh pit of participants, because the really popular games can get like thousands of people participating, signing up. And you know, most of it is just like people that basically just want to play, right? They're not necessarily professional players. But you know, they'll sort of throw their hat in the ring and go a few rounds and see how far they can get, and you know, eventually get knocked out. And it's like, all right, that was fun, that was good, GG. And then you know, it sort of whittles its way down to the people that actually go to the finals, and or you know, go to the event, and then that, you know, if it's one of the like headline games of the event, will take place on the main stage over the following weekend. So I usually don't watch until we get to the stages, just because the like the group event is so chaotic. It's so hectic, and you just like literally watching thousands of people churn through it until you get to like the main contenders. It would suck so much if you're just there to, you know, see how you do, have a good time, and like your first opponent is Sonic Fox, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I just don't get to play. I do think that stage is important, though. Like, it's unlikely that the serious professional players would not make it through the group stages and survive all the way to the main event, right? I don't think anybody is like expecting that to happen or waiting for that to happen, but at the same time, I think it's sort of part of the tradition and part of the show of capability to make it through that many people, right? To go that many rounds and get all the way to the main event and prove that you deserve to be on that stage. There was one like stage event, I think it was for Street Fighter last year. I want to say it was during the Street Fighter tournament, or the Street Fighter like top 8, top 16, whatever it was, where one of the guys was just getting, like, you watch this guy, these two go up, and it's like it's not a contest, right? Like, one of them is just clearly demolishing the other one. As you know, you sort of get that like spectator smugness, I guess you might call it, of like, why is this guy even here? Why is he in the top 8? Like, he ain't earning his keep. What the fuck? And so, you know, he gets dropped down to the lower bracket and goes up against somebody else and just proceeds to dismantle that person. And you're like, oh, that's why he's here. He's here because he's fucking good at the game. It's just the other person that he's going up against was like on such a level that made him look amateurish. Yeah, I think that's one of the real sort of difficulties with watching professional sports in general, right? It's like the level of competition is such that people can look bad, but against like a regular person, a regular player of a game, it wouldn't even be a contest. It's just, you know, within that professional level, that Olympic stratum, they're struggling, right? You know, you always get that with like people, the armchair athletes that are watching a professional game of football or whatever is like, oh, this guy sucks so much. You should have just done X, Y, and Z, and they would have fucking had it be through the game because it's garbage. Like, yeah, buddy, okay. Okay, buddy. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good about this now. I think it's about ready to go. See one thing. A little bit of a purple glow bouncing off the chin. Just a hair, right? Just a hint. Alright, let's go up here. So I like where this is at. Also save. But I think we can clean it up. We can make it better. I was watching the Stephen Colbert as part of the anniversary for the Lord of the Rings movies was interviewing a bunch of the different cast and crew members. So I only watched the second one where he's talking with the elves. So he's got Viggo Mortensen, Liv Tyler, Orlando Bloom, and oh, how am I blanking on her name? I love that actress. What is her freaking name? The lady that played Galadriel. Help me out here. I'm Catherine something? No. How am I forgetting her name? I feel terrible. Cate Blanchett. God, I love Cate Blanchett. Just incredible. Fantastic. Anyway, sorry, getting off track. Apparently Two Towers was just like the worst movie for Viggo Mortensen. So, you know, there's the meme. Everyone knows that, you know, oh, the scene where he kicks the Urukai's helmet, he broke his toe, and so like that scream of anguish is authentic because he just broke his fucking foot. One I did not know about. So the scene, where they're headed for Helm's Deep, the wargs attack, and you know Aragorn gets stuck on the warg's harness and dragged over the cliff, right? And you know a little bit later, he's like drifting down the river and sort of washes up on the side of the river, and the horse finds him, you know, the one that he helped out and set free. So apparently while they were filming that scene, you know, he's doing the drifting, and he's got, you know, his full outfit on with the leather and everything. And there was a current in the river that sucked him under, and he nearly drowned. I'm just like, this movie did not want you to live, my guy. What the fuck? I'm glad he's okay, but Jesus. I do need to watch the other interview segments that they did for that, because it's always kind of fun hearing about the process of making these things. All the fun little adventures and misadventures that happen. I've slowly been working my way through Stardust Rhapsody. I got through the second episode. I'm currently about halfway through the third. I really like Evantris. I think they're a good group of folks. I think they have a really good sense of humor and some good storytelling capability. Mesa's laughter gives me life. He's just one of those guys that, like, unapologetically laughs with all of his soul, and it's just so wholesome. I love it. I should play more tabletop. It's fun. I have all these pocket characters. I want to make another one. I want to make more pocket characters for games that I will definitely never play. I'm gonna try something really quickly. Just to sort of see what it looks like. Sort of in that same way that black holes get that halo from the accretion disk. Let's give it a bit of a, like, soft glow. Soft diffusion. Therapy was looking at A Bug's Life a couple weeks ago. They pointed out Hopper, villain in that movie, might have one of the most like brutal deaths in all of Disney Pixar's pantheon. Freaking fed to baby birds and ripped apart. And I was thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, might be. Like, one of the only other ones that comes remotely close is Scar getting eaten by hyenas. It got me thinking, like, okay, what Disney villain deaths are, like, particularly brutal or graphic? It's like, a bunch of them just, like, fall off of something or fade to dust, right? Nothing too particular. What's the name of the villain in Tarzan? Chud accidentally hanged himself. Ursula gets stabbed with a ship. I don't remember what happens to her. I just remember she gets stabbed and then I think she like turns into sea foam or something. Or maybe she just crashes into the water and disappears. I mean, she dies, but they don't like make a big thing of it. None of the Toy Story villains die. They all get comeuppance, right? They all get sent to purgatory, basically. Yeah, Gaston gets thrown off the castle and disappears. Judge Frollo gets thrown off of... No, the Prospector gets, like, mixed up in the airport luggage and gets picked up by a young girl and taken away. And then Lotso Hug and Bear gets stuck to the front of a truck. I never saw Toy Story 4, so I don't know about that one. Maybe somebody dies a gruesome toy death in there. Otto and Wally just get shut down. Pixar doesn't really go for the like brutal murder death. Never really been their vibe, I don't think. Except for A Bug's Life. Hopper just gets like gruesomely devoured. I mean, yeah, like a lot of the classic Disney villains die, but it's all like falling off of shit. And then not Shan Yu. Yeah, Shan Yu in Mulan gets launched into a cluster of fireworks and blown up. So that's pretty brutal. But it's also like presented so prettily and heroically that you're like, yay! I love someone did a kill count of all the Disney princesses, and it's like Ariel, 0, Aurora, 0, Belle, 0, Rapunzel, 1 by association, Mulan, approximately 2,000. You're just like, damn! or take. Yeah, it was a bit of a ballpark. I was like, let me see if I can find it because it is really funny. So someone, this is from a while ago, but someone went through like all of the Star Wars movies and did like the estimated kill counts, right, in each movie, which was basically every like on-screen death or could be reasonably counted. Let me just make sure I got the right window here. Yeah. So we're not going to watch the whole thing. It's only a few minutes long, but you can see like, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going up. It's climbing. Why do they keep shooting people in the dick? We'll just watch. It's only like 3 minutes. What in the dick? Nine. Solid kill streak. Oops. Nice. Awkward. Yeah, that cod piece really needs... Oh, every time the counter goes up, it makes a ring sound. It's counting 2 for every X-Wing, so I think the droids are getting counted as kills as well. So we're up over 200. So I guess this is a different one. Someone counted like the entire crew complement of both Star Destroyers when they get rammed into each other, and the kill count just spikes from like a couple hundred to like 8,000. See if I can find that one really quickly. How many people were aboard the Death Star? A lot! It turns out. Okay, yes, so that one's not counting it. Oh yeah, and then there's Jeddah. Yeah, so the actual kill count in Rogue One, like, A New Hope is still the highest one. right? Because they blow up Alderaan. That has a population of like 7 billion people. But okay, here it is. We're gonna skip ahead a little bit because yeah, we're not gonna sit and watch the entire thing. So yeah, we're up to 122 stormtroopers, 1 droid, 5 pilots, various other dark troopers and scout troopers. Okay, 6 pilots, and then just 37,000 Imperial officers. So yeah, 2, 37,000, 9,000. Oops. Oops. And then just the approximate complement of the entire base of Scarif. It's fine. Star Destroyers have a very large crew. They're very big ships. Well, let's see what Wiki says. Because of course somebody has answered the question, right? Okay. Let's see. Death Star troopers. There's an argument to be made for not sending entire cities into battle. Reasonable. I think that is a not insane thing to consider. Okay, so according to Wikipedia, the Death Star, the first Death Star, at 160 kilometers in diameter, had an approximate crew of 1.1 to 1.2 million people, depending on mission deployment, including 342,000 Imperial Navy and Army garrison and 25,000 stormtroopers. Yeah, it was a few. It was a few. You know, Luke firing those torpedoes down the exhaust port. Kind of a kill streak. Kind of an insane kill streak. It's true. Yeah, what if I just turned the map into the tactical nuke? That do anything for you? Also, that list did not count Leia. So Leia's got a body count. Leia's put in some work. Probably only second to Milan for highest kill count. There we go. Alright. How are we feeling about this? I think it's very close. I just kind of want to keep prettying it up a little bit more, you know? A little bit more in a few places, just see if we can't dial in the whole vibe of it just a bit more. I don't know. I'm having fun with this one. I think we got it into a spot that I'm really trying to feel more enthusiastic, I guess you might say, or really sort of got the feeling that we were aiming for early on. Though I wouldn't say it's like exactly what I had in my head. It's still close, right? It has evolved into something that feels right. Also trying to generally avoid these like really dark areas. Really let the tone carry the shift in lighting rather than the value. Oh, I almost forgot. We need some of these. One thing I think we'll try to do. I'm not gonna promise it because you guys know how I am. Before I head on my little weekend out, might try and do another movie night. I think that'll be fun. I think that'll be a fun little makeup for missing a stream that week. How's that sound to you guys? So I'll see about getting that set up. One of the movies, like the movie I was originally thinking we could do, was Belle, but we could do K-pop Demon Hunters. We could do Your Name. Um, I feel like there was something else. I was like, ooh, that would be fun. Well, we got a few options, right? We got a few things that we can play with and see what we feel like. If I can get that up and going, then we will do that. Okay. You know, I'm thinking about some of what we were talking about earlier with No Man's Sky. Sort of having difficulty finding something to do, right? Or difficulty sticking with a goal. I don't think. How do I want to put this? I think part of the problem that I struggle with is that I don't necessarily find the things to do themselves super engaging, if that makes sense. Like, sort of building out and decorating a base is kind of fun. But the process of acquiring the materials to do it isn't that exciting to me, right? Just sort of running around smashing open the environment. I don't necessarily enjoy the collection process that much. And I guess I kind of wish I just had like a free build mode that I could just have infinite resources and build out the base that I want. But I don't know, like at the same time, I think this is true for a lot of survival games. I think there should be a measure of friction in getting the resources that you need, right? I kind of wonder if a lot of games actually err on the side of not enough friction. If they would actually benefit from having more of a challenge necessary to accomplish the things that you're trying to do. So I just feel like a lot of times it's not really that hard to do something. It's just you need to do a lot of it, right? You need to gather a lot of a resource. And so then it just becomes kind of tedious. Right? I think a lot of times I would personally prefer to do. I was talking about this with Star Citizen, right? Like, it's not fun. It's not as much fun anyway to have a thing. And the task that you are doing is fairly simple, fairly straightforward, not that difficult to execute, but you need to do it a lot of times, right? So, let's say, let's use Final Fantasy XIV as an example because it's easy. The currently, they're gonna revise the system, but currently, there are two types of in-game tomestones. There's the low-tier tomestone and the high-tier tomestone. Both of them cap at 2,000, so you can only have 2,000 tomestones in your wallet at a given time. But the high-tier tomestone has a weekly cap of 450. So, to get like a chess piece with the tomestones costs, I believe, 825. So you have to essentially grind tomestones or, activities that give you tomestones for 2 weeks. And then you can get the chess piece. And, it costs more to get the helmet, the hands, the legs, and the boots, and then the accessories. But, the activities that you have to do to cap out your tomestones for the week are not that difficult, right? Just run your roulettes, which are the same dungeons that you've run dozens or hundreds of times. And you know them. They are rote to you. If you're doing the 8-man raids to get the tokens for that, well, you need to run it a minimum of like 4 times to get the tokens that you need for each piece, right? So like the chess piece, I think takes 4? I want to say it's 4. Some things take 1 token, some things take 2 tokens, and some things take 4 tokens. And like when the content is new, you can only get 1 token from each of the 4 raids. So like to some degree you are locked from getting some of the stuff for the first week because like you can't get the 4 chess piece tokens in a single week, right? So you might grab those wherever you can, but it's still going to take you at least 2 weeks to be able to get that. Stuff like that, right? But at a certain point, you're just like, I have run this fight 24 times. I can close my eyes and just listen to the sound effects and know exactly what I am doing, and I don't need to think about it. I don't want to be in this fight anymore. I just want to go home. Right? But you haven't gotten all your drops, and you need to get your drops, and that was the thing that burned me out, right? Just like, I'm not interested in doing these fights ad nauseum. I'm not interested in repeating the content over and over and over again. And we'll see what they do to sort of mix up that aspect of it, but as far as Dawn Trail is concerned, it's sort of hit its extreme, and I fell off it really hard. And it sounds like they even knew at the time they were making Dawn Trail. It's like, we have to introduce something new to keep people going, but it's not ready. So Dawn Trail is just going to sort of continue to use the existing system, and we will work on something new for the next expansion. So compare that to, let's say you're playing a sci-fi game. Say you're playing a space game, and you want to build a new ship. And so, new ship needs like 8 components. Okay. Well, so let's start with the reactor, right? That's going to be the beating heart of the ship. It's the most important, good place to start. A reactor is going to take these components. So today, I'm going to worry about like steps 1 through 4 of the necessary 8 to get the first component to build the reactor, right? I need to go talk to these people and then complete this mission and gather this resource and do this thing, and then they will give me something, right? Or they will tell me where to go to get another thing, right? And then next time I log in, I will complete that sequence and I will get the first component, right? I'll get the matter focusing lens or the fuel injector, whatever the case may be, right? I'm just throwing out jargon. Point is, to me, I think that is a more interesting system because you're not doing the same thing every time. And yeah, some of it mechanically might boil down to very similar components, right? Go to X location, kill Y thing, or gather Z resource, or whatever the case may be. Right? But at least the context of it changes depending on, who sent you on the mission and what you're there for. It still creates a sense of flavor and adventure. Something about it has a difference from what you did last week. I'm sure it would be hard, right? I'm sure it would be hard to sort of build that and present it in a way that feels fresh as many times as you can get it to. There would still be a lot to sort through there. I'm not gonna say, oh, just do this and it would be great and super simple. As you guys have seen, nothing about game development is simple. Deadlock has been messing around with one of the game mechanics recently. And, they had a version. They tried it out and they were like, hey guys, we're doing this. Tell us what you think. And the pretty much immediate response from the community was, this sucks. And they went, okay. So they changed it again. And the new system, quite interesting. But one of the sort of things that they have is, it's a money-making mechanic. And it has a metric sort of built in to detect if one of the teams is like way ahead in their economy. If one of the teams has way more money than the other one, it'll sort of like nudge things in the losing team's favor, right? Give them a chance to come back. So one of the things that they introduced as part of the comeback mechanic is the spawn point of the thing that you need to pick up will move onto your side of the map if you're behind, to make it easier to pick up and deliver. Except when they implemented it, it was backwards. I guess it went through the teleporter from Spaceballs. And so if you were behind, the pickup would be on the other team's side of the map and would be virtually impossible to get. So they fixed that really quickly, but game development is hard. But I do think it would be interesting to sort of say, okay, what can we actually do to like sort of parcel out the activity so that it doesn't necessarily feel like it's the same thing over and over and over again. Like, World of Warcraft was, and probably still to some degree is, horrendous about, you go in, you're leveling, you're doing quests, and it's just an endless slog of go to X location, kill 10 of these, collect 6 of these, come back when you're done. But at least for a while, right? You're traveling to different areas. The enemies that you're fighting are different. The people that you're talking to are different. The scenery is changing. So there's still a sense of like some adventure and newness to it, even though the mechanics are very similar. The mechanics are not changing from zone to zone. The context of it does make it feel at least a little bit different, and I think that is important. So I don't know. I don't know how that would tie into a game like No Man's Sky. I don't know how they would introduce a lot of sort of combined events that create a sense of variation and sort of layered adventures into your day-to-day experience. I don't know if it's built in a way that it could be. I know they have stuff like the missions that you can pick up at the Nexus to sort of provide slightly more sort of structured adventures with various objectives to complete. Though the style of universe that they have created does make certain, shall we say, types of adventures not really work or make sense, right? You're not gonna go destroy a pirate den or something, right? You're not gonna go shoot up a bunch of bandits like you might in Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen, because that's just not the style of universe that they have. The most that you get in that vein are like the derelict ships. They're sort of like roguelite dungeons. They might have little like creatures and such scuttling around in them, and you gotta shoot those. They're kind of creepy. I actually like the derelict ships. I think they're a cool system. But yeah, it's you're not gonna be getting into like any sort of Star Wars style shootouts or anything in No Man's Sky. It's just not built for that. I think that's okay. Like I said, I think the game that it is trying to be, it is very successful at. There are a couple of things that I wish it did do, but I'm not gonna fault it for not exactly appealing to my subjective fantasy. I think too often there is an expectation by gamers that a given game or every game should be tailored to specifically what they want. And if it's not doing that, then it's shit. I would almost want to, whenever I finally get around to releasing pages, just have like an automated or like a macro, a copy paste. If people are like, I wish this game was more hardcore and had like, you know, precision platforming or complex puzzles. Just have like a copy paste list of, I see, that's very fair. Here's a list of games that I would recommend if you're looking for those particular things, and just point them to like Celeste and Hollow Knight and shit. Just being like, there are games that do what you want, and I'm sorry that this is not that, but it was never going to be. Good. Alright, I think this is finally looking pretty good, feeling pretty good. It took us a little while. We had to sort of figure it out, but I'm digging it. You know, that's part of the process, right? Each drawing is its own little adventure. And I have to figure out what it wants, what it needs. You gotta listen to it, right? Let me try something real quick. Okay, it's a little overkill. That's not bad. It's that little bit of halo sort of similar thing that we did in the last drawing. Just give that soft glow around it. It works. It's not bad. Okay. I want to try one thing, just to see how it feels. Because I like the environment that we have inside the bubble. The thing that feels perhaps a little bit off to me, I kind of feel like it should continue out. Let's see how this looks. Like, it's just a little weird to me that there's sort of a void on the outside. I'm wondering if we should sort of have the environment continue. Or not. No, this doesn't really make sense because it doesn't line up with the floor. No, it doesn't line up with the floor. It's fine. Alright. Should I move this then? Should I have this line up with the floor more? I do kind of like that. I kind of like that actually. Because it feels a little bit more tied to the floor. It feels a little bit more. It's a better framing device, I think I would say. Right? When it was like cutting straight across the middle through their waistline, it felt a little bit more. What's the word? A little distracting, I guess. A little restrictive, I might say. Whereas this feels a little bit more like it sort of follows the general direction of the bubble a bit better. It feels like it sort of provides a space around the character rather than cutting through them. I think I like this. I think I prefer it. It's just a like even stronger lensing effect than what we had before. I say go for it. I say stick with it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright. Cool. Let's go ahead and knock that back. I'm gonna do some of these. On the right mode? No. No, we are not. No, we are not. There we go, vignette like that. And we are going to set one up like this. And this is probably going to be basically off, but we'll leave it. We'll leave it for now and see how it feels. Alright, turn that off for a second because we need to grab this. I was messing around using the filter system in Clip Studio yesterday, and I don't know what it is, but the processing on this, it makes my computer scream. I don't know what they did. I don't know why it behaves the way that it does, but it's rough. Right, so we're just gonna set that back there. Then we can set the whole thing to overlay and watch this flashbang. There it goes. And it's gone. Let's just knock all of these down to like 20 for now. I think we're gonna take the crossbeam, knock that down to 10. Lightning looks pretty good. The vignette, we can maybe push up to like 40. Yeah, 30. I feel like, I guess it's fine. Something about the overlay feels like it's knocking out the, it's washing out the colors more than I feel like it used to. I don't know why that is. It probably is, and it's just something about the way I perceive it feels very strong. I dig it though. I think it's looking good. I'm sort of checking everything over, making sure we didn't miss anything. Yeah. I dig it. I think this is definitely an interesting one. I don't think it came out, I'd say, exactly the way that I had in mind. No, it definitely didn't. It is. But I like the way that it grew. I like the way that it has evolved. Kind of blasting through my tea here. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm good with it. I think I'm ready to call this one. Which does leave the question of what do we do for the rest of the stream? Still haven't figured out what Pride Drawing should be. I feel like that's going to be sort of the major thing for June. Who's going to be doing that? That said, I don't think it's going to be quite as involved as last year's, just because we're not going to have the cafe to draw, right? I don't think we're going to have nearly as complex in the background. Oh, so we could do something kind of short just to have a little fun for a little while. Thing come to mind. Let's see, I know Valk has an anniversary on the 12th, so maybe we could do a little something for her. Let me see. What do we got? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? How about you, chat? How are you doing? What's on your mind? Oh! Wait. Yeah, shit. I haven't pulled up the reference for this. Trying not to have much on my mind at this point today. Honestly, that's fair. That's fair. It's a good time to just sort of wind down, I suppose. Hmm. Suppose we could always just do a little brainstorming session. Sketch a couple of things, see if anything sticks. There was one thing I had in mind, which would be fun. It would be a fun little, like, focus piece. I think the big thing is I don't necessarily want it to turn into something that I spend a lot of time on, you know? So we can play around with it, see how it goes. sort of a similar thing that we did at one point last year. Watched the evening news and I was done thinking, see, there's your problem. You shouldn't have done that. I wish it was easier to see if the line of symmetry was in the middle. I think that's right. You know better, I know. It's okay. There's always tomorrow. Could always just have this be, I don't know. You can try and do a spade paint. Actually, why don't we do that? Why don't we just see? We got about 80 minutes. What can we do in 80 minutes? Here, I'm gonna put this up in the corner just so we can have it there. Gooch this down a little bit. Yeah, I'll try and have something ready to go, more complete by Saturday. A proper plan. Nothing's really like quite ready in my head yet. So, I don't know. I saw a nice little piece of art, and it was, attached to a meme, but I thought the art was really pretty. I was like, that would be fun. It'd be a fun little speed thing to do. Also, maybe I can tease some stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this back a little bit. One thing that is very annoying. So, like, I can lasso, and the lasso has a mirror, but I can't move them symmetrically. I can't transform them symmetrically. Like, I can stretch it that way, but it will still sort of have the problem of I still have to like build, carve out the middle. I don't know, the symmetry tool in Clip is not bad, but it has a few weak spots that I would like to see them clean up. I don't know, there's some stuff in Clip Studio. Well, there's some stuff in Clip Studio that I feel like is not very well optimized. And I would definitely like to see them improve it, but I guess to be fair, I think a lot of times when you run into optimization issues in Adobe, their answer is buy more computer, you poor person. Oh wait, actually, one more thing. Yeah, a lot of times, like, I do check the news. I don't usually watch, like, network news, but I do, check on the news. I normally check it in the morning. I usually check it over breakfast, and then I don't know. It's nice, I guess, to have it at the start of the day, so I have plenty of time to process it. I feel like when it's at the end of the day, you kind of just sit with it, you know? It's hard to sort of work through it and process it and, I don't know, bury it under other stuff. I've been watching a lot of the About Vision videos that I was talking about. I don't know. The music is very relaxing. It's very nice to just sort of have something calm in the background. Just a nice quiet little moment. The videos aren't anything super complicated though. I imagine there must be a pain in the butt to put together because they're all sort of like ambient travel videos. Oh, I'm just gonna call them about. Just going around parts of Japan, either by car or by train or on foot. Just sort of recording their surroundings. But, some of them are shot at sunset and go into the night. Some of them are night travel. Some of them are shot at dawn or midday. And so, I don't know. I feel like the process of sort of scheduling all these out and being like, okay, today I'm gonna do this drive and we gotta start at like 5:30 in the morning. We gotta start driving at 5:30 in the morning, so I have to be out there, getting everything set up and making sure I'm good to go by 5, which means I have to get up and make sure I have all my stuff at 4. And it's like, bleh. Sounds awful. But the videos are phenomenal, so I appreciate their hard work making all of them. They're very pretty. I wonder sometimes if people would be interested, like, I'm not about to do it because I don't want to dox myself, but I sometimes wonder if people would be interested in videos from where I live, Like, Certainly there are certain things that just make a particular area beautiful, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, is it the how much is it the like visual or aesthetic appeal of a place, and how much is it just the fact that it's somewhere else, right? That it is somewhere new that you haven't seen before. I'm gonna have to pull up the freaking model sheet again. Oh no! Well, should be not that many colors this time though. Like we don't need to do all the stuff with the skin tones and whatnot. Actually, I can just fill the whole thing in basically. I need to update my model sheet. Oh, am I gonna try and do that for the frickin' debut? Probably. Should I? Probably not. But it would be good. Okay. Or I guess I'll just pour the rest of my tea. I'm a more thirsty tonight. You do the thing when I tell you to do the thing, thank you. Was it that hard? And then need colors for the iris. Yeah, this is gonna need some work, but it's fine. Just getting things set up. Doesn't need to be perfect. I think that's actually all the colors. Well, I am trying to be fast. I am speed. I think I've said before, one of the tricks, shall we say, with being quick at artwork is not having fast movement. It is being able to sort of recognize the things that you need to do and the things that you don't. There was a really good meme I saw, and I'm not gonna be able to find it, of the difference between a slow artist and a fast artist, and the slow artist is like looking at their drawing and is like, the anatomy right? Does that make sense? What about the hands? Hands? And the fast artist just looks at it and goes, good enough. And that's it. That's the difference. I was looking at this like, why is it so dark? It's because I already set it to multiply. Like, oh yeah, that'll do it. I think a big thing that has helped me to get faster is just the sheer repetition, right? When we do so many drawings here, it gives me a chance to try a bunch of stuff out. Figure out things that let me go faster and things that don't. You know, figure out where I can not cut corners, but optimize, right? And so I go, oh, you know, I really don't need to do that. I don't need that to be as exacting as I thought. Excuse me. Like, I'm sure you guys remember, I used to be way more particular with my line work. And, you know, sometimes, like with the the TM opera piece at the start of the year. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. The TM opera piece at the start of the year, I was much more specific. My line work was much cleaner because there was so much in there that I was still trying to figure out like the specifics of such an extreme dynamic pose. I was like, okay, I just had to sit there and work on it for a while, right? But we got there eventually. Yeah, but like this, I don't necessarily need to lay down every little bit of detail. I just need it to work. I just needed to like have the information that I needed to have. And that's good enough. I know, statement to the air there, but okay. Oh. Yeah, that'll do. Alright. Let's do. I think that's it. We got about an hour to go. Not bad for a 20-minute setup. I find symmetry. I'm fine using symmetry for blocking things out, right? There's a lot of stuff that is, you know, very similar on both sides. Then yeah, fuck it, use the symmetry. Get it going. I don't really like using symmetry getting into the painting phase. I feel like the brushwork is what gives it the natural form and the sense of dynamism. And the symmetry kind of takes away from that. Also standing, I don't mean to like make light of anything you said. I do appreciate it. I just deflect as a coping mechanism. I try to make it sound like it's not a big deal. But I do appreciate what you say. Very kind of you. Might be a little bit looser with this. Right, I don't have really long hair. I have voluminous hair. I don't have long hair. It's not gonna follow like the picture that inspired this. We can still have some fun with it. I'm actually gonna cheat and pull some of this into the hair. Get some vibrancy in here. The highlight didn't quite come out the way I wanted it to. Actually, I'll pause this for a second because I want to listen to this. I love this song. How many days has it been since the song came out? Wait, it's been 3 weeks? Jesus. I've listened to it so many times. When a memory is a time machine, whispers quiet but defiantly. It's time to live. When a memory is a time machine, flying on its wings from your history. What might it be? Reason to break up. Golden gleam before it fades away. Sarah has a really cool thing her model does where she like leans forward and it does like a whole perspective shift to really like give the impression of it. It's really cool. Saying when she did it, it's like I can't have that because if I did, you guys would see how often I hunch over my tablet, and I can't be called out like that. Listen to the music. Memory, with time machines was quiet but defiantly. It's time to believe in a memory. Time machine, fire on its wings in your history. What will be reason to believe? Okay. One more. Maybe one more. Probably more. Let me find something real quick. Okay. Take the dance, let it merge. Waiting for her. Greyhound Station. Alright. Now, sort of contradictory to what I was saying before about the symmetry, I do want to sort of finish setting this up and then copy it over to the other eye just to make it a little bit faster. Cool. Good. I think it's, enough that it sort of gets it going, but now I want to sort of do each eye independently. I say it's darkness before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. Alright, chat. I want you to hold me to this. So, top of the hour, pens down. It's going to be a solid 80-minute sprint. We're going to see how we do. Oh shit. Couple of shortcomings of the copy over. This needs to go the other way. First chance, last day, stuck in the million. Takes us it hurts a little. I would like flip the image and see how it's doing, but it's so symmetrical, I don't know that we would actually get much of value out of that, you know? Let's see. Let's pull this up just so I don't have to keep tabbing back and forth. There you go. Good. Looking for that feeling. I'm just gonna jump over and do this really quickly. Eyes always look really strange to me without the highlights in them, you know? They look lifeless. Hey, Allie. Happy Choomsday. How's your week going? You have a good weekend? Did he? Ta-da! How's it going, silly bunny? Just do a little speed painting to wrap up the evening. Oh, before I forget, on these. Bomb bun. I have not heard of this bomb bun. Work on weekends. Oh, okay. So your weekend's starting now. Nice. Well, I hope it is very relaxing. I hope you do some fun things and get some good rest. Good work this week. Where did I leave? Oh, I know what I did. Put you right here. Hey. Stars. I wish. It's a silly thing to say, but I wish games were easier to make. This page is taking its sweet time. I don't fault it for that. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine. But there are other games that I want to make. I have ideas. I have things that I want to explore. And I don't want to give up on pages or shelve it. I feel like I owe it to pages to see it through to the end. I really want to. And also, I wish I had the time to get it done and tackle other things. And watching Jin play through Shadow Tower really makes me curious about sort of a classic style dungeon crawler. Sort of a roguelike-esque dungeon explorer where you collect loot to try and progress to deeper and deeper levels. Just sort of see, like, what can we do for trying to do something more old-fashioned, right? Less of the trappings of modern game design and really just sort of be like, no, it's gonna be a little clunky, it's gonna be a little janky, it's old. Deal with it. Which you might say, well, nobody's gonna want to play that because it's old. But, God, what's the game that people keep, like, bringing up whenever they see Shadow Tower? It's a pretty recent title, too. Echo Knight? No, it wasn't Echo Knight. It was a single word. It's like, it had like a slimy Lazarus sort of name about it. Somebody tell me now. And I swear I don't know how. Mist? No, but I do love Mist. Such a good series. I will played through Mist 3 a long time ago. Mist 3 was good. I don't think I ever played 4. I don't know how many games there are in total now. I know they made a few more of them, and then of course they made other games like Abduction. There's a way out of this, somebody tell me no. Oh, it's all gonna end, but I swear I don't know how. What you done? There's a way out of this, somebody tell me. I guess I can't remember what it's called, but my point is, there is an audience. There are people that are like, fuck yeah, retro style. That's my jam. On these modern games, their modern game design and their modern trappings, they don't get it. They don't understand the struggle. For miles and miles, the flames. I'm going in. Can wash this blood from my hands. We'll get out of this alive. Lunacin, yes. That was it. Good find. Somebody tell me, somebody tell me. I really like Monster Hunter Wilds. I think it's a really good game. I think it's really fun. I think it's learned a lot of lessons from Monster Hunter over the years and developed it into a very solid experience. But I wouldn't call it Monster Hunter. It's more Monster Fighter. Because if you go back to the older games, there was much more of a focus on the hunting aspect. Right? You had to pick up the trail of the monster. You had to figure out its movements, its habits, the spaces that it occupied, and track it down before you could actually start fighting it. And sometimes that took a substantial portion of your hunt time. And, you know, God forbid if you lost it, you had to track it down again. You know, there used to be an actual, it was like a paintball. You needed to tag the monster to be able to track it over distance, and if you didn't hit it with the paintball, you just had to go on foot. You had to brute force it to find it. And just over time, over the various games, they've simplified a lot of that to, at this point, you start the hunt, you get on your sacred, and it will just autopilot you to the monster. Right? The scout flies point the direction, the sacred follows them. Oh, there's the monster. And, some people, understandably, are like, I miss the hunt aspect. I'm gonna go back to the older games where that was more of a thing, where that was, something that really needed to be leaned into. Yeah, there's not really a lot of hunting anymore. Not in terms of like the hunting tracking aspect. It's really the hunting fighting. Which again, like, I don't think this is necessarily a terrible thing, and they have leaned into aspects of the game that were very popular and continue to be popular, and it has been wildly successful for them. So I certainly don't fault them for doing what they have done, but also fully recognize that there's some people that are like, I really want more of that other aspect of the game that isn't there anymore. And so they play the older games. It's not just a nostalgia thing, it's not a generational thing, it's just like the way these games play. All of your heroes are gone. The blood that they spill is on my hand. And darkness would not help the sun. Nothing can be done with so few men. A hero couldn't do. And it keeps it. A hero come. Someone's got to bring back the night. I can't find a way to hold back the night. Okay, good. A little short on time, so a lot I want to do in here, but coming along pretty well. One of the other ideas that I had that I don't know, would probably be the next game if I can ever get pages done, would be sort of, it's inspired by Gravity Rush, mechanically. Would really like to sort of figure that one out. I think it would be a lot of fun. It's sort of like a weird mix of a Ghibli movie, Katamari Damacy, and Gravity Rush, if that makes any sense. Well, of course, there's a game that I concepted back in college that I called Dandelion, which I'm gonna be real, it's probably never gonna happen because it would be way bigger than I would ever have any possibility of executing on. Like it would be the sort of thing that I like get enough money that I can put together a team and start making. It would be like you call it single A project? Something like that? I like that. I don't know. That's why no one is impressed by ideas peoples. Ideas peoples. Yes, that's good. Anyway, like no one is going to like hire you on as the idea person, right? Everyone on the team already has like 50 ideas. Everyone has already been kicking ideas around for games that they would like to make and projects that they would like to work on. Like, got enough ideas. Need people that can do things. I blame Steve Jobs. I think, Steve Jobs was sort of seen as the visionary ideas guy that would come up with these incredible ideas and then everyone else would work to realize them. And, propelled Apple into the behemoth that it became. But everyone wants to be the next ideas guy. They want to be the next Steve Jobs that, they have an entire company like working lavishly to realize whatever they come up with. And it's like, that's not how it works. thing is left to decide. Always wanting more. Okay. Good. Alright, 11 minutes. Also, I gotta say, fucking Knights of the Light Table, the animation studio, I don't even know what I was gonna say. Just the level of work that they do is utterly incredible. It just every frame that they draw is a painting. I love what they do. I love their work. I love the general like state of independent animation right now. It's not perfect, obviously. But I feel like we're getting such incredible stuff being made by people that want to make it. And people that appreciate it. And I feel like that is a big thing. I feel like when companies get involved, they're always concerned about what's gonna make money and not what's gonna be good. You know, someone's gotta pay for it. I get that. But I don't know. Personally, I like Glitch's method right now of like we're gonna throw stuff at the community. We're gonna throw stuff at, you know, the audience and see what they like and what they'll pay for and what they'll buy merch of, and you know that's fun because then you get cool merch. And so far Glitch has been pretty successful. I don't know that they've had many projects like not make it. I'm sure they'll have I say a flop, but they'll have a non-starter at some point, by sheer virtue of they're gonna keep doing it and something just isn't gonna make the mark. But been pretty successful so far. I think it shows, right? I think it shows when you have projects that are being made by people that want to make them. Stories that they want to tell, and not just, well, this is what they paid us to make. It's fine. It's all I know that's right. Alright. Got time for one more, so when this song ends, it's pens down. I think I'm gonna cheat and give myself like 1 minute, but it's fine. Good. Oop, that was the wrong brush. I'm so hyped for Ace Combat 8. It's gonna be so sick. Good. Alright. Pen sound. Oh, back! Ow. Not bad for 80 minutes. It's actually kind of good. I'm not sure I sipped my tea at all during that last sprint of it. Whew! That was fun. Should do more of these. Alright, there you are. Okay, so we kind of just went and finished 2 drawings tonight. So that's cool. Alright. I really don't know what else to say. Okay, I'm pretty zapped after that though. I think that's a good place to call it a night. Let me get over here. Just gonna stand right here. Surrounded by knees. Oh god, what a nightmare. Alright. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. It's a lot of fun. It was fun chatting with you. It was fun doing art. I'm glad we got the summer one done, the spring one done. I was not expecting this. That was fun. I'm glad we decided to go ahead and do it. It's fun just to see what could be accomplished, and I don't know, blasting through a whole drawing, excuse me, in under an hour and a half. Kind of crazy. Kind of nuts. Like, normally I feel like we take that long just to get the sketch of a drawing laid out. You know, this is like a very close-up drawing, so we're not dealing with much in the way of like anatomy or anything, but still. Wow! Alright. With all that said, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we're gonna find somebody to raid tonight. Alrighty. Bye, time!